Hello, ladies and gentlemen. We're back. It's an open Saturday Kriegsspiel game that is kind of attached to like a what-if situation with the red versus blue Vermilion Civil War campaign that's going on. Peter's running this game. I did say I could umpire for him, as an assistant, but he said it wasn't needed. So I've been given control of the moderate forces. It's a fairly average looking division that I've got here. Quite a fair bit of supplies. And my orders to start with are to head north. We want to cross the river up here. We've been told that there's a large enemy force to the south. I presume it's going to be here, if we've been told that. However, I'm not going to cross the river here. I think doing a river crossing with a large column as it is not going to work. So we're going to head up, waste time, and cross a presumably more safer spot along the Moselle here. We've been told that a friendly force defends St. Blaise. I'm hoping to be the guy that turns up late and then see how that affects the game. But I don't want to cross there. I think that's too risky, especially if we've got a large enemy force around here. Just won't work. So this is my opening gambit. We're starting at 6 o'clock in the morning, and yeah, we'll see how it goes. We said that there's a friendly force to the north here, so hopefully they won't be coming down south to try and cross here, and then they'll be maybe crossing at the Moselle as well. We'll have to see what happens, ladies and gentlemen. Anything can happen in a game of Kriegsspiel, as I like to say, and we'll have to see who comes in and joins us to watch. But as always, it's probably not going to be a fast one, so if you've got other things to do, maybe pop in and out as the game progresses. And if you're not watching it live, then maybe fast forward every so often to 5 or 10 minutes just to see what's happened until we get into the nitty gritty, the juiciness that is combat, if we ever see it, because it's probably going to take us about 2 hours to cross the river. And if worst comes to the worst, we'll just say to the hussars and the dragoons, go on ahead and come under the command of whoever's up in St. Blaise. I just gotta hope that no one thinks about coming south, but I don't think crossing here is going to be all that wise. It's quicker the way the crow flies, but if there's an enemy force here, then no, it's just not going to work. Yeah, let's see what happens. I'll sit patiently. And maybe talk about the whole kind of situation, because the IKS is halfway through their perpetual campaign, or at least the next part of it for Red versus Blue. There's a big chaotic multi-factional civil war going on, and this scenario has been created by Peter. Hello.
Hello, Dave. All right. So the information that you have in your little channel is there for you to strategize all on your lonesome, basically.
Perfect.
But you can position your forces. I think you actually said that you're quite happy as they are. But
I did. I kind of said that, and then I actually, in the time that I was given, just kind of set them all up in a column along that road. They're in roughly the same position, but
okay.
Yeah, it'll work.
Oh, okay. Just take a little screenshot for me,
Yeah,
and
it's in
then
there. It should be in there.
okay. All right. I'm doing my voice rounds, so yeah, we'll kick off in the next 5 minutes, I think.
Sure, no worries. Um,
Okay.
Now, one quick question. You
Yes.
said that I know that there's an enemy force to the south on the other side of the river. Is that over by Voisage, or
You would know,
I would know, or wouldn't?
yeah, where it exactly was. So the fact that you don't know is actually the state of reality uh, right now. I have to make it interesting for you, Dave.
So hang on, let me just get this straight. So you're saying that there's an enemy force on the on the south side, on the other side of the river. So I'm guessing it's at Voisage, but yeah, okay.
But that's a reasonable assumption. That's all I'll say.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, see you later, Dave.
All right, man. Take it easy. Okay, yeah. So I think crossing the river here is just it would be messy. It would be messy, and hopefully we can maybe just disappear, keep out of sight, and head up north. I I don't fancy it. Or we can do a double bluff. Get over to Dormont, take the infantry, but the cavalry comes back and crosses the river and hits them in the arse. It could be fun to do that, but could be fairly convoluted. Um, Hell, maybe if I got on top of that hill, it might be a bit better to do that. Yeah, yeah. We'll start marching and then we'll take the staff up to the top of the hill. Probably maybe want the hussars to be some kind of rear guard as well, just in case they decide to cross the river and do what I want to do, and hit the supplies. But yeah, we'll work it out as we go along, as we always do. But yeah, we'll just see who turns up for the chat. Who knows? Maybe Lord Hugs will come back, and maybe even Marshall is streaming as well. So, actually, let's just check the old YouTube and see if he's watching or if he's streaming. It doesn't look like he is. Or at least he's not yet. No, he's skipping streaming this one. Um, Maybe I should just give him a nudge and say, "Oi, you should start streaming it from your perspective." But we actually had a new guy message us yesterday, so maybe VR will pop up into the chat. And then we can talk to him. Maybe get him in here for a chat. Because he saw the Grand Gettysburg game and he was just like, how do I play one of these? And I said, Kriegsspiel.org, baby. So yeah, hopefully he'll see my message back and maybe we'll see him on a stream soon. It'll be good to know who he is. Or she. But yeah, I'm not crossing the river at the brickworks here. That's too dangerous, especially if we've got enemy column sitting around here. That's too much. We'll just be fashionably late and from the wrong direction. Oh. Tell you what I'll do. Just do a bit of housekeeping. Who knows? Maybe Freddie Come Lightly might come and for a chat. He's finishing work early today. Maybe it will be a game of two halves. Maybe we'll give him command when he turns up, so he can involve himself in a proper open Saturday Kriegsspiel. Maybe that's what that's maybe what I secretly want to do. It's just do the logistics of it, and then when it comes to the battle, let him take over, and you can regale yourselves with Freddie when he comes back. He says he's finishing at 4, and he usually takes about an hour and a half to get back.
Hey Dave, are you an umpire?
No.
Oh, okay. Because me and Marshall were talking above, it's like, we have two forces somewhere. I think Dave's an umpire, and then we have Crusader, so where's our other player?
Well,
that explains a lot.
Yeah. So I did offer to
Alright,
umpire,
thanks.
but Peter said, "Nah, we'll stick you in as a player."
Alright.
So
Alright.
um,
You're saying tight.
I will, mate. Don't you worry about
Yeah.
me. Good luck. Surprises, some of them weren't even expecting me to play. Oh, okay. Well, yeah. We're in charge of the moderate forces, so going to be turning. I think in the actual battle they did turn up a little bit late, if memory serves me correctly, but yeah. But yeah, they got no idea. So I mean, yeah, if they expected me to turn up on time, actually I should rephrase that. So they didn't even know I was playing. So that's good. My turning up will be a surprise. what might be a fun experiment is if Freddy does come back and we swap commanders, is if they even notice, because some people say that our voices are fairly similar. You know, we did grow up in the same town, born 2 weeks apart, lifelong friends, lifelong stoners, brothers in arms. Okay. Still taking orders by the looks of things. Did my orders go through? Yeah, there we go. Yeah, so we're going up to Ars, Sir Mazel, trusting here. Like that. And then, hopefully, we'll be in a good position to maybe surprise some folks. Now, maybe just take up the mountains here and just go out like I don't know, maybe actually, yeah, maybe we'll just go like that instead and come out here as like some kind of reserve. Or either way, go like that. I mean, this is probably a better position, especially if they're being assaulted from that way. And then we can set up here. although that does risk people coming through the forest that way. So maybe that's not such a good position. Especially, I don't know. Yeah, maybe here would be safer, and then we're just told where we're needed, rather than set up all the way this way. We'll see. We'll see what happens. Yeah, rather than say, because we think that there's some people going this way, so they'll probably be marching up this way. And by the time we cross the river, they'll probably just be engaging. Let's just count the squares. So if they're starting from here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, maybe 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, and then ours is a bit more obviously, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. So by the time they get to like here, we'll be crossing the river, and then they just need to hold out against whatever attack comes up, and then yeah, we'll plug the gaps. That's what we'll do. Rather than risk it all on a crossing here and fight some battle here, I just don't think it's wise to fight here on a river crossing like that, especially when they're so close. I don't like it. Do not like the look of it. But it is probably going to be boring for about hour and a half until we get to where we want to go. drone needs to go on charge. Bit of a long first turn, this one. Guess they're just processing people, moving people to contact, quite possibly. Yeah, if you're catching this game later on, maybe just fast forward now and see how I'm doing. Other than that, there's not much else to say. Yeah, let's do some more markings, shall we? So, St. Blaise as a friendly force. There's a big force coming up here. He said that there was a force to the north. Maybe here. Stands to reason that they would want to cross here as well. So you just have to hope that no one's coming south, because that's gonna annoy things. But let's have a look at this position. I mean, it's not such a bad position for a gun, is it? You know, stick some artillery. You know, stick some artillery here. You know, maybe here. Maybe even on the side here. And if we're doing souped up brigade, with these pieces. My reasoning would be that this will be a good position, and we don't necessarily know what kind of forces the enemy's bringing to bear, obviously, but some Blaze has shown in the past that it's a hard nut to crack. I think we had a game where wasn't maybe 6 weeks ago now, where we had some forces coming up here and two divisions kind of occupying both the hills, and yeah, it was a bit of a slog. Yeah, it's definitely a tough nut to crack. Still deliberating. But it does look like these guys are different forces, different approaches, so at least that's something. But yeah, it's probably going to be pretty much a marching simulator for me for the first hour and a half. Perhaps I should think of stuff to talk about. Let's have a look at the news. Let's read the BBC News. I hear that poor old Taylor Hawkins died. I so young. Ooh, Blarodon dropped another video. I hope it's the evolution of that planet. That's a cool series to get into, the theoretical evolution videos and stuff. That really butters my biscuit, that one. But yeah, poor old Taylor Hawkins died. Damn. At age 50, I mean, like just still so young. It's terrible. if you're joining us, maybe give it a thumbs up. Hell, maybe just say hello in the chat, and we can talk about anything and everything. Because we're not going to see any major combat for a little while. So,
Yeah.
oh,
Yes.
hello, conversation.
I'm quicker than normal. Okay, but there's nothing to report, really, is there? So,
No,
you're marching down the road towards Soras Mazel. So
that's exactly right. Yeah, it's going to be a marching simulator for the next hour and a half, I reckon.
it's your choice.
I know.
Okay, all right, I'll catch you later for any other orders, but I don't suspect there'll be any. So
Yeah,
there you go.
we're still
Right.
going. Actually, you know what? Now that you're here, yeah, can you take my general to the left on top of that hill, and maybe I can get like a bigger view and see if there is actually any enemy, on the other side of that river. But yeah, just take my general to the top of the hill to the left, and just keep everyone marching.
Yeah, absolutely. It's done.
Cheers, mate.
Speaking soon.
Yeah, so we're about what's it about here? Yeah, it's gonna be a long old slog for these boys. I don't even know if we'll turn up on time. Yeah, I don't, why are they not? Surely people can't be in contact already. Unless I've been seen from, say, this position here. But I don't think so. But hopefully going on top of the hill here, we'll actually be able to check out what the situation is with regards to this. And then we'll just run the cavalry up and give them some cavalry support. And say, hey, just take the cav, and we'll just march the infantry. Yeah. Should have asked for horse guns, really, shouldn't I?
Okay, Dave. I think you gave me your orders for this round, so I'll just continue on, and I'll speak to Crusader now and see what he wants to do.
Yeah. Okay. Sure. That's right, Tack. If you tune in for marching simulators, you've come to the right place. But yeah, I mean, I just don't think it would be worth crossing the river here if at the beginning he hinted that there was an enemy column here. I think it would just be too dangerous. It would be too slow. I mean, I could probably put the cavalry here to screen the crossing, but I'm taking a gamble that preservation of my force is probably a bit better. I'm being very conservative today, but yeah, it's going to take a hell of a long time to come up here. So what? Let's maybe go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, let's do some counting. Go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So maybe the next one. Actually, that can't be right, can it? Kind of need. Yeah. Okay, we'll get the squares like that so we can see them a little bit better. So 1, 2, 3, It's only kind of moved us 3 squares thereabouts. Okay, so 3 squares every 15 minutes. 1, 2, 3. That's 15. Actually, no. We'll do it by the hour so we're not confused. So 6:30. 1, 2, 3. 45. 1, 2, 3. 700. 1, 2. 15. 1, 2, 3. We'll go 30. 1, 2, 3. 45. So yeah, it's gonna take 6 or 7 turns just to get to where we want to go. And then got 1, 2, 3 maybe. We'll get there by 8 o'clock. Exactly. Thanks, Tack. I'm glad you agree, mate. But yeah, we'll just have to arrive fashionably late and just say, "Hi, I'm here," and then they'll be like, "Oh, what took you so long?" But I think I was told that someone else was starting north of me as well. So either here at Rougeville or here at Soras, Moselle, and but yeah, we'll get there. And this St. Blaise is a strong defensible position anyway. So hopefully they can hold out. Hopefully the enemy's not too aggressive. What I am worried about though is if someone was at Rongouville and is heading south, that would be the worst case scenario. I do wonder if you could argue that that might be a ford, considering there's a lane going right down to it, but maybe not. I think there's another one around here somewhere as well. Actually, we could probably shave off a couple of squares going this way, right? Rather than going up into the town and then coming back down. I think probably still. Actually, yeah, we can definitely save 15 minutes. So yeah, maybe 45 here and then 8 o'clock here. Yeah, instead of going up to the town, go here. It would work out, I think. Just got to play the waiting game. Tell you what though, people, this weekend I'm going to have to start uploading the next part of Grand Antietam. It's kind of sad how slow my internet is at uploading videos. Yeah, even the 9 to 10 o'clock video took a day and a half to upload. Internet speed is very unimpressive. But yeah, we'll start doing that this weekend and maybe have it up by Monday or Tuesday. That's why I tend to like to do more live stuff at the moment. You know, the picture quality might not be amazing, but at least I don't have to leave the computer on 24 hours a day humming away. Oh, I think that's Mr. Come Lightly has come back. I think I heard him at the front door. Or maybe it's one of the neighbours. But yeah, so we'll have the next instalment of Grand Antietam coming up soon. So it'll be probably the 11 to 12 o'clock turns, which is really fun. Well, hey, yeah, Tack, this game is actually a kind of what-if scenario of if the Battle of Philondu was fought. And I'm playing McKay's moderates at the moment. So, we'll see what they can attribute to the battle. Yeah, of course, I think Lyzen was also involved in that one, as far as I can recall. But yeah, there's so much going on with that red versus blue campaign, and yeah, the military situation just it kind of gets caught up in a lot of minutiae and stuff, and I fully admit that I still have to update some of the military Excel tables and stuff like that for people and what they're building and where. I really need to do that at some point this weekend. I've got like 6 weeks or something to catch up on with regards to that, and yeah, but it's amazing. It's amazing how like 30 odd people coming together. Everyone has a story to tell. Everyone wants something to be discovered or ruled upon, and yeah, it's probably needs to start calling in more umpires. But I mean, after the Vermilion Civil War, we'll see where we are. I think Crisis is already sorting out a colonial campaign for people to do as well, so that'll be really fun.
Dave.
Hello.
Okay, so your forces are moving along that road, and you've reached this 5 point, and I've extended the range of your visibility. What something Legolas like.
Oh, lovely.
You can make out the enemy forces on the opposing hilltops there. So
tell the Red Commander that I'm just giving him a little wave with my hat.
you're doing nothing when you're looking through the little telescope at each other.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, tell him I'm waving at him with my hat.
Okay, any kind of changes of orders, or are you going to continue on as you are?
I'm going to continue on. Well, yeah, just make me rejoin my column, and yeah, we'll just keep marching.
Okay. Right, back to you in the next quarter.
Perfect. So that's kind of interesting. They have also made the conservative move of not coming up to this river crossing, and they've elected to head through forests and stuff. So I mean, that's kind of a weird. Okay, so they chose to go up this way, and are approaching. I mean, that's probably even more of a longer way for them to go uphill like that. What, they're coming down. Like that, maybe? Okay, well, we have been spotted. So it's a bit of a... Yeah, they've got a bit of artillery there as well. It's strung out, but right, I think what I'll do next turn is maybe ask. Got no specific details about force numbers. Please let me know of your location and order of battle. Well, he hasn't told me his location, so I presume he's at St. Blaise. But yeah, we'll write something back to him. We'll say, "Hi, Smoke. How's it going? Nice weather we're having. Location just north of Novant. OOB 3 times inf 2 times dragoons, 2 times hussars, 1 times arty. I am marching to cross the river at Ars du Moselle, or Ars Moselle. I shall instruct my dragoons to actually, at St. Blaise. There we go. I shall instruct my dragoons to ride to your assistance at St. Blaise. Enemy column consisting of ×2 RT and accompanying inf at spotted, headed north east at what was it called? Côte de Fay. Côte de Fay. There we go. Time 6:30. Yeah. I suspect I will arrive at your position by 8 AM. There you go. That'll do for consistency and telling them what I've seen, where an enemy column is. Yeah. There you go. We'll send him that and we'll see what he makes of that, and says, my, why are you not crossing here? But yeah, he should get the picture if there's enemy at Côte de Fay. But it's kind of cool, kind of interesting that they also saw a conservative approach and didn't want to risk me crossing the river here. So works for me. Right, let's see where they're at now. So literally, yeah, pretty much where I said that they'd be, which is about here. So yeah, we are pretty much consistent with what we've told him. Although maybe Smoke is the guy that started at Ars-sur-Moselle, because Smoke didn't put his location, so we don't know if he's speaking from here or if he's speaking for him from here. If he was here, then yeah, but who knows? He didn't tell us. Yeah, we don't really know our opponents all that well. We haven't really played with them a lot. Although, maybe we can do our secret feint. And if he's up here at Cote de Fay, thinks we're headed north, maybe by the time we get to Dornot, we can order some hussars. Shall we be cheeky? Shall we be cheeky and make this fun? And okay, we'll order the dragoons to cross the Moselle and head to St. Blaise, and to report to the commander at St. Blaise and say, where do you want us? We'll tell the infantry and the artillery to keep marching about what they were, doing their orders, and then take the hussars, maybe double back, cross the river, and come down here and maybe hit them in the arse. Be sneaky about it. Yeah, we can maybe even come across here, go through the woods. Shall we do it? Shall we be a sneaky little bastard? It's a convoluted plan, but it is a bit of a bluff, and it does depend on him staying with his forces. But I think if these guys are moving and they're gonna be on the other side of the hill, I think doubling back with the hussars and coming through here, it could work. It could be interesting. I'm gonna have fun with this. Yeah, then we can hit their supplies in the rear and it's all good. It's a dashing and daring tactic. And I'm sure they've got their own cav, but I don't think they'll be expecting us to come double back and hit them in the rear. Yeah, I think we can do it if we take the hussars when we get here. Say, let the column pass. Let them have dragoons just to bolster the forces a bit, and then just double back with the hussars. The daring hussar, and we'll go like that. Use the terrain to our advantage. Come down here. It's a bonkers plan. But if he puts any supplies in the rear, we'll have it, and then we'll be off. Yeah, let's be a sneaky bastard. Let's be a sneaky bastard about it. Yeah, I quite like that plan. mean, obviously it is dependent on him clearing off, but he's not going to stay there. So I'm fairly confident that that is what will happen. And yeah, well, this is a masterstroke. This will work. This will work. I'm confident of it. So when Peter comes back here, we'll tell him our dastardly plan. Yeah, let's not make it a marching simulator. Let's turn it into Guerrilla Warfare 101 with cavalry. Hell, maybe his supplies might be in this forest. Might be. Maybe. I wonder. Let's have a look at the height difference. Let's have a look at the height difference between here. So that's 280. What is this height here? 360. 280 to... well, yeah, we wouldn't be able to see that infantry there, I don't think. Especially behind the forest. Not like that. Unless, I mean, they are in column and they are marching. So maybe maybe Peter's given us the information that we just see a front of the column moving along like that, but I have to wonder if there is supplies to the rear of them. But it's weird that they've kind of broken up like that. Let's just check if Marshall is streaming, because this might be an interesting one to stream for him. Let's just double check. I thought Marshall might want to stream this one. You know, he's always saying that he never gets to play, or at least hardly ever. Maybe he's saving it for the podcast tomorrow. Okay, so we'll go for orders. Write them out just in case. Orders for 6:45 a.m. Dragoons to ride at the trot. Via Ars, what's it called? Ars, how do you spell it again? Arsenal by Arsenal to St. Blaise. report to the commander there. Yep. Inf and Arty march via Moselle to St. Place. Report to the commander there on arrival. And then hussars to take command of hussars and ride at the trot back the way we came and cross the river. To the brickworks. Let's do it. Let's go crazy. I'll spice things up. But yeah, we'll wait for Peter to get here and we'll tell him the good news that we've decided to be sneaky. We have to go and supply. Wow. And boys de Gaval, go Blaze and the forest boys de Gaval. Yeah, so they're coming. Yeah, coming up here through St. Blaise. Well, through Bois de Gaval, perfect. That'll work. Hopefully Pete will come back soon and we can tell him the good news. Nick and Pete are doing their thing. Sorting out some orders, I'm sure. But yeah, it must be pretty convoluted. But yeah, hopefully this column here, whatever it's doing, will find their supplies and go, ha ha ha, boom, and take them. Or at least set them on fire or something. With our cheeky little plan. Let's tell you what we'll do. We need to spawn in some objects, don't we? Games. Search.
Hello, Dave.
Hi, Peter. Okay, I've got some.
Shall I describe what you can see for the time being?
Yeah, go for it.
So you can make, as you've travelled past you've made out enemy cavalry moving to the south of Orchier. They seem to be turning and focusing on some blaze there.
Right.
And then you can make out Marshall's company moving out of Suida Archiers.
Yeah.
There to your northeast.
Yeah.
You can hear artillery to your east, but you can't make out the exact location of it. That is your current situation. So,
okay. So,
if there's any change,
yeah. So
you can tell me that something quick.
Yeah. So I've written them down just for clarification, but I'll tell them verbally. So I want the dragoons to ride at a fair pace, at the trot. Basically, make their way across the river and head to St. Blaise, as will the infantry. But I'm going to take the hussars, and I'm going to double back, and I'm going to cross the river and head towards the brickworks. Hopefully, my intent is that the Red Force at Côte de Fay would have disappeared behind the side of that hill, so that will hopefully screen my movements to maybe come at them from the rear with some hussars and maybe make a run for their supplies.
Okay, very good.
I know it's nuts. I know it's a bit nuts.
No, I've drawn one line that conveys all of that, so it's fine, Dave.
Okay. Mate, thanks.
Thanks.
Okay, well, he's taken our orders, and that's good, and we'll be right back after we take a quick comfort break, and then we'll draw up some stuff and see where we're at. We'll be right back. And I'm back. Okay, so force moves up. We're taking the hussars aside. So next turn, the dragoons probably should be around here. The infantry around here. And we should be back around here. And what we are to do is we'll thicken up the line so everyone can basically see what's going to happen. So people there we go. To St. Blaise for the dragoons. Actually, the dragoons will probably want to be on that side, and then what we're going to do is we're going to cross the river, come over here with the hussars. We're going to have the double bluff, but yeah, we'll look at the screenshot here, and yeah, we can make out that Marshall is over here with his force. We can just about make out kind of a made it a bit. I presume Marshall's got some cavalry as well, but yeah, we'll put them like that. And we had some red guys, didn't we? So looks like they've got some hussars. You know what, we'll just put some dragoons in there as well. They look like cuirassiers. Cuirassiers, by the looks of things, rather than hussars, but we can't tell for definite. So there's some cavalry there. So I have to see. We know that there was some red artillery and infantry. You know what, we'll even have some red wagons there. There we go, there we go. So we know that last time we saw them, they're probably around here somewhere, doing their thing. So we were probably right not to cross the river, as maybe they did go through that way. But yeah, it looks like St. Blaise is certainly under pressure. Hopefully Marshall and Smoke will be alright, but I don't think Peter would have given Smoke a crazy disadvantage in numbers, so he should be able to hold out. But yeah, this is going to be my master stroke if I don't get killed or captured. But they're not looking at their rear. They're not looking at their rear. They're too focused on the hill of St. Blaise. So hopefully we'll be able to fuck them over with a run on their supplies. But this is what it should look like next turn up north, and we'll just concentrate on the hussars. We're just playing our own game at the moment. yeah, he's on top of here somewhere. He might even have some infantry along these banks as well. One might think. But yeah, it's very interesting. That what is that? Is that cannons? That looks like cannons up the front. Yeah, that is cannons. He has 2 cannons. And he must have some accompanying infantry as well. Maybe he might have sent the cavalry up around, but hopefully the dragoons will at least bolster the forces ever so slightly, give a couple of extra dice here and where it's needed. Yeah, sending cavalry uphill. I don't know about that, but yeah, whoever's commanding that lot definitely wants that hill and this to be over with quickly. But yeah, I'm going for the supplies now. Some people might say that's a mistake, but I think Smoke and Marshall can certainly work together really well, and they can use my forces as and where they need it, and control them as they wish. And yeah, I'm taking the SARS and going for a run on the supplies. Yeah, we've been running for what, hour and 15 minutes now, I think. Hell, it might even be more useful to get to the brickworks and maybe go north and offer a bit of cavalry support that way. All depends whether we want to help out Marshall or go for our own glory. Obviously the team play would be to head north. But personal glory would see me head over the hill. make a decision once we get to the brickworks. Bearing in mind, he's probably got that definitely says cuirassiers there rather than hussars, I think. But I just really want to go for those supplies. To hell with everything else. Division exercise ground. Exercise ground. Was it some kind of a barracks? I mean, I think the barracks, yeah. Oh, yeah, okay, that makes sense. Just gotta wait. Hopefully no one saw us do this move though, by the way. It would be funny if say that there was a commander here and Peter was just like, oh yeah, you see Pump House just running back down to the south. Whew. Just gonna play the waiting game. see if we've got any messages. No messages quite just yet. Oh. Did we lose smoke? We might have lost smoke. Oh, looks like Crusader's going to be it then, up on the hill. Anytime today, gents. Anytime today. But it's going to take a while for this infantry to get up to the top of the hill as well. So we have plenty of time. They'll probably be at the foot of the hill by the time we crest Côte de Fay. But yeah, we just want to maybe use the terrain to our advantage and come up behind them. But yeah, to those watching, I can see that I think we've got 2 people watching. Give it a thumbs up. It allows people to find us. I know it's a little bit slow, a little bit boring, but yeah, it's a thinking man's game. It's all about trying to outwit your opponent, and of course using proper military tactics. You're in command, but you're not always in control. But yeah, this is just playing the long game. You know, trying to get this to work, coming in from the rear here. So if there is a general up here, he can see that a column of infantry is still moving. Still going there, but hopefully we might have gotten away with doubling back on ourselves with these hussars. Hopefully we don't get caught between a rock and a hard place if those cavalry decide to come back at us as well. Actually, yeah, that's a good point. We should really... They are cuirassiers. They are. I know it. I'm mostly cav, so I'm wondering why we haven't got all that much cav ourselves. One doesn't know. 7 o'clock. Oh, you bastards. Okay, then we're never going to manage that. Never going to manage that. Game over. Sneaky plan cancelled. They've got some buggers on the hill, and I thought they would have cleared off by now. Man, that's disappointing. I thought I was in there. That is very disappointing. But it does look like they've got some hussars coming through this way. Damn. That kind of sucks that he's not committing his full force to taking St. Blaise. I wonder why that is. That's a bit sneaky. That's very strange. I mean, it certainly ruins my fucking day. When Peter comes in, we'll go, oh, yeah, plan aborted. We're turning around. Damn. Damn, oh damn, oh damn. Good move by staying on that hill. Maybe he is eyeing up that bridge, but I don't know. It's a bit funny, that. He's still staying on Côte de Fay. I don't exactly understand why. Unless he wants to, no, because we can retreat up that way. So, well, plan aborted then, I suppose. He's gonna have to turn around.
Hello, Dave.
Hey, Peter, you've ruined my day, or at least the enemy have.
Yeah, this. I don't know what he's doing. Maybe he's forgot to move. Maybe he's decided to have an extra breakfast or something. But yeah, he's still up on the.
He's still up on that hill. There. Yeah, I thought he would have moved off by now. Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm just gonna have to.
You're doing a job.
Yeah, I'm just gonna have to abort that plan and just rejoin the column with my hussars, because if he spots me crossing that river, then my element of surprise is gone.
There isn't an element, yeah.
Yeah, so I'm gonna just rejoin the column.
Okay, exciting times.
I know. Back to the marching simulator.
Okay, Dave. I'll be back to you shortly.
All right, mate. See you later. Yeah, that's a bugger, that one. He's still up on that fucking hill. But yeah, I guess we're just going to rejoin. That's a bugger. But I mean, I'm not sure why he's still staying on that hill. Maybe we turned around too soon. Yeah, I don't know. What a bugger. What a bugger. But means we'll probably have to wait for another hour to get across the river and get engaged, but that's what happens in Kriegsspiel. I presume Marshall by now is probably... Yeah, hang on. Let's set these boys up and unlimber them. He's probably like that. Maybe with his infantry. Form line. But they're going to get, if they're not in line, they're going to get a bit of a nasty surprise when if those cuirassiers charge down the hill at them. But it's very odd that red is still back here. Maybe that does work to our advantage ever so slightly, because I thought they'd be at the foot of the hill by now. And pretty much ready to pop over it and assault St. Blaise, but if they're still back here, then they're now more or less further away, but maybe about the same distance in squares than I am to St. Blaise. So yeah, my reinforcements turning up should do pretty well, I think. But yeah, it's just a matter of getting there. But yeah, my sneaky plan has been thwarted by the fact that the enemy hasn't moved from Côte de Fay over here. Bit of a shame. Bit of a shame. Could have been our moment of glory to steal supplies. But as always, if you're watching, have a chat. It's boring just sitting here on my own, waiting 20 minutes for a report, and double guessing myself, and yeah. So yeah, if you're in, maybe give it a thumbs up, have a chat. Maybe if you just discovered us, ask what the hell's going on. If you're brand new, and yeah, we'll take it from there. But yeah, there must be a lot of combat for over this side, because he did say a little while ago that there was cannons going off, and so he is engaged. I mean, doesn't seem to be like there's any. There's a commander there as well. Yeah, taking the cav. So bugger. What a bugger for this guy who hasn't moved. But I don't get why. No idea why he's decided not to move. I mean, it's a good spot. It's a good spot to see the movement along the other side of the river, I would suppose. And I suppose he probably maybe even thought, oh, I hope Pump House doesn't double back. And that's exactly what I did. It's lucky I didn't take the whole force, but yeah, thwarted. I think what I'll do is, when I get back to the column, say to the Hussars, run to Marshall's position. Make them, at the double quick, run up to Marshall's position and offer some extra cavalry support. Get them over the other side of the river quicker, and then hopefully by the time they get there, maybe see off those cuirassiers. Right, well, I'm going to make myself another cup of tea now, because all this talking to myself is wearing out my voice. Oh, and I'm back. By 15 minutes past 7, I would think the infantry would be around here. The dragoons probably would be around there, maybe even around here, and we'll probably be back up here. Maybe just seeing the tail end. But yeah, hang on, yeah, we can definitely cross that. Yeah. Understand why he decided to stay here. What goods does it do sitting in the back like that? He knows the main part of my column coming up north. Maybe he just did want to check that I wouldn't turn around, but it seems like he'd be very much in my head already, or we'd be thinking very much alike. If he was in my position, he would want to take the cavalry and turn around. But it just seems so forward thinking of the enemy to do that. I don't know. Doesn't matter. Anything new? Nothing new. But yeah, that does piss me off. The fact that he's just sitting there. You'd think for an open Saturday game you'd want to be up near the front, where the action is. But this guy, whoever it is, played it smart and was like, nope, I'd rather sit in the back, just on top of this hill, and watch things how they develop. So where was he before? He was there, so he's just... yeah, I mean, it was... yeah, it's very... He's outwitted me there. He's really outwitted me there, because I thought he would be off that hill. But he's obviously playing it how he would as a normal commander, and, you know, not step off that hill until he was absolutely sure that I was not a threat. And he's just kept himself on top of that hill I mean, yeah, I don't know. What would you do? I mean, if you saw this column just going up here, and you think, yeah, he's long gone, or would you purposefully stay here? Just to watch that little bit more, because him staying there has now made me turn around and give up on that audacious plan. Ruined my day, that. Thought it was going to be a nice weekend. Wasn't to be. Oh well. Oh. Coming up to about an hour and a half of play, and still trying to cross that river. So yeah, if you tuned in for a marching simulator, this is what you're getting. do wonder what's happened to these cavalry, though. Oh, smoke is back. That's good. But yeah, I mean, I did offer Peter to help umpire this one. I don't think he really needed me as a player. I think he really needed someone as an umpire rather than a player. Especially with my marching simulator idea of not crossing the river quickly. But we should be getting another report anytime soon. Any minute now. Peter's going to come in and he's going to say, Dave, you're still on the other side of that river. And I'll be like, thanks. Wish I had a spare computer so we could play something else while we're waiting. No. God, no. We wouldn't be anywhere else. But let's sharpen up the avenues of attack. So he's definitely coming up this way. These guys moving that way. He's got some kind of column marching up that way and a screen for it. And we know that there is cannon fire coming from St. Blaise. Whether there's another guy coming in this way or not, we don't know. We can probably put a question mark about that. We have, so far, Marshall coming this way. I'm half an hour behind. And I'm going to go this way through the forest. And it's all about just getting to St. Blaise before the action ceases and before this guy can get his screen off the top of the hill and move. But I'm wondering who that is. It's got to be the Fermi Bosun Sergei of Blaze. Whatever it was a good move. I'm going to take my hat off to them when I see them at the end. Come on, Peter. Anytime you want to, sir. Oh, there we go. Wow. Oh, God. My dragoons. My dragoons haven't crossed the river. Oh. Yeah, so that's good that he's put the hussars at the back. That's good. So... Ouch. They've been caught at the river crossing from Marshall's big column. Oh no. he's taken up positions along here, but he's gonna get absolutely crushed by those hussars if he's not careful. What I'm going to have to do is I'm going to have to set up some artillery right here. Set them up. That's the only thing we can do right now.
Hello, Dave.
Hello.
Okay, you are now at the head of your...
I know. It's a joke.
Just record myself. I'll record myself and then just play it back to you. Yeah, you're now at the head of your column. You can see your dragoons kind of got slowed down by marshals and your corps commanders' baggage train.
Yeah.
But you're kind of catching up with them to a certain degree.
Sure.
Up and beyond that, you can see that Marshall's infantry formed square and were crashed into by heavy cavalry. You can see enemy hussars moving up the road towards their position.
Yeah.
Well, and you can hear off in the distance other musket fire playing out. So, yes, that is your current situation.
Sure. So, literally, keep the infantry and the supplies marching.
Yes.
Have my artillery veer off to the right and set up so it may well be in a position to offer some supporting fire if those hussars decide to come up to the little village and start threatening Marshall's supplies. So yeah, just have the artillery set up overlooking the river.
They'll just come off. Yeah, they'll come off the road on this little strip of on island. And see if they can affect anything from there. Okay?
Perfect. Thanks.
Cheers, Dave.
Cheers. So yeah, that's what we're doing. Gonna unlimber these guys. Have them set up like that, and it's weird because he's pulled them back by the looks of things. Yeah, so we'll have to see if we can offer some kind of supporting fire, but man, oh man, oh man, we've got some guys along here in square. Got some guys along here. Seems like a bit of a pretty much a big ass long ass column. So by the time we join it, it'll be like that. Big old wiggly blue snake. Fucking hell. I think he said those were guys who were in square. Okay, square, square, square. And then we've got some of those cuirassiers and someone being very brave coming up this way. Maybe even threaten them with dragoons as well. Ouchie. So that must mean the artillery is over here as well, as is Marshall. We've arrived just in time to join the rear of the column. Perfect. Charuni. Right. So yeah, these guys have... I mean, how did they get so far? They're... Wait. Right there. So they've gone like literally 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. These guys must be moving off the top of the hill by now, but it's a very aggressive move from that cavalry commander, whoever it is here, and without having any support down here. Yeah, like he's expending all of his cavalry before. Yeah, and it's probably going to be another hour and a half before the rest of this infantry can get engaged. It's interesting. It's interesting to see how Kriegsspiel gets into your head. But yeah, hopefully this artillery can, if the hussars come round and along here, hopefully our artillery can offer a little bit of support. Thanks for the likes though, guys, much appreciated. Looks like we've got 3 already. Don't just give me a thumbs up, say hello too. Especially if you're new, lets me know who you are. Gonna be a bastard trying to get across this fucking river though. It's too long of a column, that's for sure. Ay ay ay. But we have pretty much reached where I said we would at the start, so it's nice that we've got... Actually, no, yeah, we're a little bit ahead, in fact. Slightly. But yeah, by 7:30, it pretty much should look something like this. So we'll get rid of that. We can get rid of that. Get rid of this. They're probably going like this, and they're like that. But yeah, his artillery's in a bit of danger if it's up front there. Very much in danger for sure. Oh, you're in the 25 player Napoleon game. Oh, nice. You've got zero idea of what's... Well, that's part of the charm of Kriegsspiel, you know? You're in command, but you're not necessarily in control. And, yeah. So, what side are you on there, Cody? Are you on the French side, or are you on the Allies side, or... But thanks for popping in. It's nice to see you. Nice to see a new face. And you pretty much joined just in time to see the mess of a column that we're in. But I think next turn we'll say, yeah, run me up to the front, because Smoke is around here, as is Crusader, I would think. And they're kind of defending St. Blaise, and me and Marshall are the reinforcements, forming a nice little conga line as we do it. I thought it would have been a smart move, because basically we started here. We were told that the enemy was coming up through this way, and they were, but they veered off and headed up this way because they didn't want to be along the river, which is smart move. And literally 15 minutes ago they were still sitting on that hill, probably thinking that we were going to cross the river, and we were thinking about it, if only to hit them in the rear with some cav, but they're holding this position. So it was a good kind of counter move from them that saw it ruin my day. Yeah, what position are you playing, Cody? Are you a division commander or a corps commander, or I don't think it goes down to brigade level, does it? Or maybe it does. Yeah, I think what we'll do is we'll ride up to Marshall next turn and say, hello, how are you? Have him on the stream. I thought he would have been streaming this himself as he's playing, but like I said, maybe he's saving the after action report for the Coffee Kicks and Kriegsspiel podcast that he often does on a Sunday. But yeah, that was a long ass column. He must have a hell of a lot of troops if he's got that many supply wagons. He must have cavalry too, I would think. So yeah, let's have a guess at if these guys were taken off the hill at around this time. And they can maybe move 3. So 1, 2. That's which way they would go. They would probably come off this way. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, it's going to take another 3 turns just to get to the top of this hill, at least. So we should be arriving at the most opportune moment, I would think. Doesn't matter if we fight, but at least we just need to get there. And we're arriving, as you can see, in force. So as long as we don't have too much of a traffic jam and cavalry running through the backfield, I think we'll be okay. Is this some kind of quarry? I suppose it probably would be. Boy, Devaroo. Looks like they're still processing orders. It's turning into a bit of a battle, this one. It's funny how this video would have turned out so much different if I had crossed the river. We would have been looking at a completely different situation. We would have been probably, well, actually most definitely around here, maybe even contesting for the hill, but would have been, again, it wouldn't have made a lot of sense to cross that river, I don't think. If anything, I'll move along this stretch here has kept some of these troops out of the fight. But maybe it's more of a screen. I think it probably is, but imagine sitting there though, just watching me just move off into the distance. Man, there must be some kind of slog around here though, because got the cavalry really desperately trying to stop the reinforcements from coming in. If they succeed, it could buy them an extra half an hour to fight it out along here. Must be rolling a hell of a lot of dice, because it's coming up to about half an hour per turn. You really need another umpire, I think, to speed things along a bit, because he's only got 4 people engaged. Come on, Peter. Where are you? See if artillery can go 1, 2, 3. Maybe they might be able to even hit the cuirassiers. But yeah, it's just to guard against those hussars coming up on the flank there. Do. Anything? Anything for me, Peter? What a game so far, eh? What a game. Oh. Oh, look at that. Looks like they've managed to talk to one another. By the looks of things. We'll be going there soon too. Come on, people. Let's be having you. Perfect. But why haven't we moved forward? Why are we still fucking stuck here? Okay. Fine. What the fuck? Okay. So we've got some blue cuirassiers that have just appeared out of nowhere by the almost the looks of things. Blue hussars, blue cuirassiers. There we go. Just yeah, on the flanks here. Out here somewhere. I think my cannons must have fired. Looks like they did. Good stuff. I suppose the column keeps on going. But why I haven't moved yet, I don't know. The dragoons should be over here somewhere, I would think. And we're still trying to cross the river. onwards. These hussars would be here somewhere. Maybe they've been beaten off. Any moment now. Any moment.
Hello, Dave.
Hello, Peter.
Okay. So, your dragoons have managed to get a little bit of a clear way, and they've moved forward, and they're now in the southern reaches of Julie Orsarches. Yeah, everything else is still kind of moving across. Your artillery managed to deploy just as it got across, and it actually fired upon something. You're not 100% sure what it is, but they began firing. So, yeah. What would you like to do? Would you like to move forward or stay with your infantry, or?
Yeah, so I'm going to ride up to the position of St. Blaise and hopefully speak to Smoke, I would have thought. And then the rest of the column will basically take the road, take the track through the forest to St. Blaise, pretty much.
Yeah, absolutely.
Cool.
Your dragoons. What do you want the dragoons to do?
I'm more than happy. I'm more than happy for them to stay where they are, because they're kind of acting as almost like a screening force for the supply wagons. So
okay.
I'm going to have them stay where they are. I mean, obviously they'll engage those hussars if they come up. But yeah, okay. I mean, I've got no other orders for them at the moment. I mean, they're kind of doing what they're doing, and that's pretty smart, I would think. So yeah, I'm good.
I'm going to allow you, because you've been on the march, to actually go in and join Marshall and Smoke now.
Yeah.
So you get a bit of a heads up before you're allowed. But
okay.
At least you're there. You can start chatting to them.
I will do. I'll just nip to the loo first, and then I'll jump in about 5 minutes.
Excellent. All right.
See you later, mate.
See ya.
So yes, by the time we get up here, so we'll probably be around someplace. We want these guys to be around here, I think. And the artillery's doing a wonderful job. From across the river. And our hussars are bringing up the rear. Okay. So we know that there's an attack there. We know that there's an attack there. We'll get rid of that because that looks just a little bit messy. And here we go.
Oh, it's Dave. Hi, Dave.
Hey, Dave.
Hello. How you doing?
Are you with us?
Yeah. I've been told by
Good.
Peter I can come and join you for a chat.
Yeah,
About the
we're
game
just
or just in general?
Yeah, just in the games. Yeah. So my character has moved up to your position, which I presume would still be around St. Blaise, right?
Oh, you're here.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
I'm
Okay.
we're just grilling and hanging out, drinking wine. It's a
Yeah.
nice day.
right. So I've got news. Well, actually, you give me
Yeah.
you give me your situation, and I'll.
So far, it's not looking too bad. We had enemies in the east, but so far they're being thrown back. There's
Yeah.
about 2 brigades broken. Another one's about to break. So
Good.
crossyears, breaking through any other supply trains, going through one block of infantry right now.
Uh-huh.
There was another brigade placed on a hill, which threw back some enemy cav. We have some hussars, kind of just hanging around Marshall's guys, for a little bit north.
Yeah.
So just a lot of cav attacking us on our west and south.
Yeah, because you might be pleased to know that I don't know whether it was because of my actions or not, but there is still a division at least half an hour ago down near Côte de Fay.
Yeah, I heard about that one.
Yeah, but
Where did you cross over?
so I'm at the end of Marshall's column. I'm crossing over at Ars sur
Oh, did
Moselle.
you come all the way north to
Yeah.
Moselle?
Yeah, because
Through Ronville?
yeah. So yeah, I started at Novant.
Yeah.
And I couldn't cross the river there because there was a force directly opposite.
Oh.
So I had
that's our answer, Marshall.
yeah, so I had to come all the way north, and there's from half an hour ago, they're still sitting down at Côte de Fay.
Did they not spot you?
I presume that they did spot me because I was kind of, shall we say, basically just kind of demonstrating that I kind of maybe wanted to cross the river with some cav.
Is your cav still sitting there?
No, we've rowed up north, and I've got some hussars at the end of the long wiggly worm, and my dragoons are over by Joy Al Arche, which should be threatening their hussars.
I want you to move your hussars to, where are we now? I want you to move them east past Lazarel. There's hussars there, and there's crossyears a little bit farther up the hill. There's another set of hussars near the hill, just a little bit farther south of same place on the road.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we have here. I'm gonna share my screen. I have no blocks on my screen, but I just to show you.
Meanwhile, Dave, would you like to pet Demeter?
Oh, you brought the jogs, have you?
Oh, yeah, always.
So if you wanna join the stream, Dave.
Yeah.
So basically, Marshall's guys are on this road.
Yes.
There's hussars around here.
Yep.
There's crossyears further up the road, further up the hill here. We have supply trains here and infantry here, and about here. We're fighting the enemy in the east, right around here.
Right.
Marshall is coming to form here, and he's gonna come swing around here.
Okay.
We have cavalry, enemy cavalry here, hussars. We have infantry here that are moving this way. So I want you to swing your guys around this way. And we're gonna bring them along this road.
Okay, because I'm already in the forest. I'm already at Bois de Gaval.
Okay.
You're on the flank. You're on my left flank.
I can.
Oh, you're up here?
Yeah. Well, I will be soon. Yeah. Because I was.
So I want you to bring some cav this way.
Yeah.
Because you can push the hussars off Marshall here.
Yeah. So where you've just drawn that.
And then we can free up that infantry and come that way.
Where you've just drawn that arrow, that's where my dragoons are at the moment.
This arrow?
No, where So at the south.
I should have hussars operating clear out on your far left around Ogni. Have you seen them by any chance?
Ogni?
Oh,
yeah.
He's not this far yet. He's not this far yet.
Oh, okay.
He's around here.
So I was attacking towards Chateau Bas.
Mm-hmm.
Come up this way.
Then if you want to come in behind me or on my left a little, we can roll up that line there. And then that frees up my other 3 brigades at Lazare to move south and shore up our right flank.
Yeah, because I'm more worried about, coming down this way and trying to free up the infantry that's here, push the cav off that's here, and the cav that's here. Try to free up our west.
Yeah, so
far, over here in the east, we're looking really good.
Yeah, okay. So what I can do, though, is... I mean, there is a track, and I can still maybe take them out of the forest and head in a more westerly direction. But yeah, I'll order my hussars and dragoons just to watch the western flats, so to speak, and try and push.
Because eventually they're going to send that division up from here. They're going to send it this way.
Yeah.
And if we can catch them out, then we can, again, maybe move down this way, and attack them from 2 sides here. Maybe send something around that way.
Yeah. But isn't our objective just to defend St. Blaise? If we kind of...
there is no, quote, objective. This is just where Crusader was. So I came up here, Crusader was here. He was facing off against the enemy that was positioned something like... He was positioned something like this.
Yeah.
So, and we were positioned like this. So, I came up here, I saw this, I went to Marshall, I'm like, yo, Marshall, we got shit here, so put some forces here, and put something here.
Mm-hmm.
And he's like, oh yeah, okay, I'll do that, blah, blah, blah. And now we're here. And Marshall has stuff here, he's got his guns here, we have enemy crosshairs somewhere here. So it's just a mess.
Yeah. Okay.
I kind of told Crusader, it's like, yo, if you do this one move, we're gonna get kind of fucked. And lo and behold, we got kind of fucked. Because what had happened, we had 2 brigades here. He had 2 brigades defending here, and he pulled one off to put it here, right? And I'm like, if you do that, they're going to attack. And he's like, oh no, they're still kind of far to attack. It's like, okay, but, there's enemies coming from the south.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure I said that. And he had a unit that was here around on some breastworks.
Oh, right.
And then the cav came up. The cav came up, right? So the units retreated onto the top and were fighting the cav. And then more cav came and they tied up his units that were here.
Yeah.
And then he had elite troops on here, which are throwing back like 2-3 brigades.
Baby girl. All right.
That's kind of the gist of it.
Yeah.
Right, well, I think we got him in a good spot.
Yeah.
With Dave coming in and me coming in, and I'm only worried about that cavalry, and even that cavalry's limited in what it can do. I'm turning my artillery against the cavalry, So that should give them a face full of grape shot or canister, whatever.
I was completely under the impression you were going to come up here, and then you were going to come this way, and then you were going to attack that way. I was completely under the impression you were still going this way. You hadn't given me anything. And then, all of a sudden you're up here on the channel. It's like, hi Dave, how you doing? you know.
Yeah, I just couldn't cross the river there because it would just have been.
Because the report I had was there was a friendly force here. Me and Marshall were here, and then we had a force here.
Right.
I was told the enemy was somewhere here, and maybe somewhere around. I can't remember. I think it's somewhere around here. And as I said, when I got here to St. Blaise, the enemy was already positioned like this. So that tells me they were somewhere closer around here.
Yeah.
Because that was quick.
Yeah.
Yeah, I figured they'd be up. Look, guys, here's Demeter on the live stream.
Lovely. You're live streaming as well, are you?
Not really. I just...
You got his camera on.
Okay.
Yeah, I got my camera on so you can see Demeter. Anyway, she thinks she's a cat. She likes to be petted. There you go. Anyway.
Yeah, I've just been live streaming the marching simulator for most of it, but
sometimes it be like that.
It does, yeah.
But the cool thing about that is a lot of times when that's you, when you show up, it's game winning.
Yeah.
There's always that one guy who's kind of late to show up, but he shows up on the flank. He's like the Prussians at Waterloo. They marched all day, didn't do a whole lot of fighting, but their arrival's decisive.
Yeah.
It's a thing.
Yeah, so did you not get my message at 6:30, I think it was?
Your order of battle and what you were doing?
Yeah.
I got that one.
Okay, good. Yeah, because I said I was headed...
I didn't get
north.
anything else.
Yeah, I just said I was headed north along the road, and yeah, because I got to Durban, and then I noticed that he had some... Yeah, the guys down at Côte de Foy looked like that they were heading off the hill. So what I wanted to do was turn my hussars round and then cross the river at the brickworks and see if I could nab some of their supplies. But when I got down to the bridge again, he was still sitting at Côte de Foy. So,
Interesting.
Yeah.
So, there's enemy supplies. We are here. There's open enemy supplies somewhere around here. I can see the wagons. And there's retreating infantry. They are right here. They're right here. X marks the spot.
Okay.
There's not much left with this one division in the east.
So that Cuirassier charge that had your guys in square, Marshall, did it do much damage or?
No, I see that I have a strength reduction on one of the blocks.
Right.
That the Cuirassiers hit, but the disruption is just one level of disruption. And yeah, so I think I'm fine. The other two squares appear to be intact.
Okay, good.
And again, I'm turning artillery on their cuirassiers, so they've got to be getting tired. Those guys and those horses, and yeah, hopefully we'll repulse them, and then it's gravy from here.
Yep. If they try to go for the supply wagons that are just to their east, it would be a base full of cannons for 2 turns.
Yeah, I've got my artillery set up on the island that they were shooting into the enemy cav from there by the looks of things.
So, me and Marshall's original plan, give or take, was to form kind of like a fishhook, like at Gettysburg. You come around here and kind of do something like this.
Yeah.
And we defend the same place like this. And that's kind of what we had. except we didn't have enough infantry to fill this.
Mm.
And then this attack came in, and then the cavalry came up and got in. And it's just kind of been a mess. I have no units at my disposal. I have nothing. I have 4 supply wagons. So it's not even like I could do anything about it. Give or take, they're probably going to get the report that you've come down this way. And then these guys at, what is this, Cut d'Ivoire are going to be like, oh shit, and they're going to come up this way, and they're going to go all the way this way.
Yeah, I don't think they'll arrive in time, to be honest.
They won't. Most of this force is going to be, this eastern force is going to be gone. If we can get the supply wagons that are sitting near this forest, that would be huge.
Oh, okay.
We got this, Dave.
I think so. Yeah, but yeah, I don't know what that person down near Côte d'Ivoire was really really doing, because I mean I know I was kind of demonstrating that I wanted to cross the river, but I mean I was up at Dornot before I decided to turn around and see if he was still there. And
yeah,
like I said,
they gotta have more forces than this though. It's only like maybe 2 divisions. We have 3.
Yeah.
And in the real Battle of Philandu, the liberals had 3 corps.
Yeah.
Obviously, we can't have 3 corps on the field, but
no.
Yeah, you get the point.
But yeah, we had to kind of wait for the military situation to catch up again on yeah, because it does tend to be behind the curve ever so much.
If the Tazars get in on this, that's really gonna fuck kind of stuck. It's not gonna go bad for us, it's just gonna drag it on a little bit longer.
Yeah, I'm trying to get to the capital so we can kind of wrap this up and
They
settle
decided
on.
to give me a heart attack one night.
Oh, I don't know if they're gonna come. Actually, Lee sent them a very kind rebuke, saying, "No, it's not necessary."
Oh, we're gonna have to crush these moderates, so.
Yeah, but in any case, we'll see what happens. I just want to get there and then put a wrap on this, and then we can see what the next chapter is gonna look like.
Right.
Well.
Yeah. So.
I already know something in the pipeline for it.
Yep, me too.
Hey man, I'm just a senator. Well, technically I was a general, then a senator.
Sure you don't want to pet this dog, Dave? She sure is soft.
I'll give her a pet. And how old is she?
Oh, Demeter, she's probably like 12 now.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah, adopted her from the pound when she was full grown, so she's probably a year or so old, but that was it.
Yeah.
Adopted her from the pound. All of our dogs are rescue dogs.
Oh, that's nice.
So, yeah, and then we have a border collie.
You have four dogs?
I have 3 dogs, Persephone and Demeter. But Persephone died last year. She was adoption. Someone abandoned her at a local park. Just straight dumped her.
Wow.
Yeah.
I tied her up to a pole or something?
No, just dropped her. Just dumped her unceremoniously and took off.
Wow.
Yeah. And then we had her for about a month, and then she had puppies. She had 4 puppies, so that's probably why they dumped her.
No.
So we had to get all those puppies adopted, which we did. And then we got her fixed and kept her. And yeah, we kept her up until last year she died. And then we had another dog dumped in our neighborhood. And he was a pretty good sized dog. He was Apollo. And Apollo was quite a watchdog, a very good watchdog. Bites you. Had a landlord at one time. The landlord went to pet him. He tried to bite the landlord. I'm like, that's a good dog. So, anyway, yeah, Apollo died about 10 months before Persephone. They both got cancer. We don't know why or how or what, but it was just really sad. But you know, they had lived most of their doggy lives, so
Yeah.
Oh,
wasn't
reports coming.
yeah. And then now we have Argos, who's the border collie, and we just got Zephyr, who is the little Queensland healer.
Your artillery got fucked.
Okay.
Watch those supply trains.
Yeah,
Okay, well.
Mrs. Pumphouse's parents have a little Chihuahua type thing, and he's getting on a bit. He's about 13 or 14, and
If you want to have a look, Dave.
oh yeah, let's have a look.
Well, it looks like the cuirassiers got hammered as well.
Hard to say.
Yeah.
There's nothing really there to cover their ass.
That is a mess.
Yeah.
That or their artillery battery is gonna get slammed.
Looks like they're invincible. Well, that artillery shouldn't even be firing.
I don't know what's fire. Oh, it's probably shattered that one artillery, that one infantry brigade down there.
Maybe, but the thing is, probably the infantry did it, but everything's masked. That artillery should not be firing over heads or anything. If anything, it should have turned and also fired on the cuirassiers, but whatever.
I've lost a lot of my vision from last time.
Yeah.
Okay, Team Smoke.
Hey.
Okay, so these cuirassiers have been tearing up your positions here, and haven't really, unfortunately, not taken too much damage. So that's why they've still been quite active here. So they've now to take one of Marshall's artillery positions, and it looks like they're threatening your other artillery position. That is turning rapidly to face them at the moment. Beyond that, you were going to attempt to do an advance across the to retake the breastworks and defeat the enemy in the east, but reinforcements moved up. Again, you did a lot of good work on those eastern breastworks, but those forces are falling back from that position. To the south, Crusaders infantry is trying to make its way back to the north. It's been attacked again by the Lancers, but they were able to form square and bounce the Lancers off of them. And yeah, your Marshall's infantry line is still holding a position because they're still being threatened by Hussars. And yeah, but it's basically these cuirassiers have been a real nuisance. So that is the current state of play for you. So,
okay, my orders to my infantry, my squares, are to act in accord with the situation, with a preference to carry the offense to the enemy when practicable, if so.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I'm going to move up to my 2 infantry brigades near Chartel St. Blaise, and we're going to continue to push on the enemy flank. We'll spare some muskets to fire on that artillery as well. So we should be coming in range with that artillery. It's going to be bloody, but we're going to shoot at that artillery if we can.
Yeah. Your artillery that wasn't attacked by the cuirassiers has been firing upon that artillery as well. So.
Okay. Well, I'm not going to have that artillery anymore. I mean, I'll be lucky to get a shot at the cuirassiers with it.
Yeah, they are turning around, so you suspect that they have been proactive. They've taken their shots down at the enemy artillery, and then they've had a partial reaction to turning around. You don't necessarily see it, but now I'm telling you, they are looking like they're going to move around and get some shots in upon them. So there you go. Okay.
Right, thanks.
Is there anything else from anybody else?
No.
No.
Nothing from me, I don't think.
Not for me.
Okay.
Thanks, guys.
All right.
Yeah, those cuirassiers are running.
I think we need to abandon this position. I think you should pull your 2 infantry blocks back towards that artillery, try to fight off those crosshaires. We can kind of make a fish hook over by your squared infantry. Because if we continue trying to hold this, we're just gonna lose more than what we have.
Yeah, well, we really need cavalry to deal with the cuirassiers, and we don't have it.
Have you gotten no report from your cavalry that's basically in the rear of the enemy?
Yeah, well, hopefully they're stirring crap up, and if that's happening and we're applying pressure here on their right flank, they might be about to break as well.
I assume they're close.
The cuirassiers might be their only bright spot.
And that's what's turning up the most. Because if we continue trying to press something, eventually those cuirassiers are gonna come up behind your infantry that are trying to go for that artillery, and if we get fucked, then you're in canister range and getting rear charged.
Yeah, no, I mean, we're taking a pretty big gamble that we don't have too much tunnel vision here, and that the enemy's about to break if we...
It seems like Crusader is getting his units to his supply trucks, so that's not bad. But I just don't know what's going on further than that, because I can't see anything further south.
Yeah.
We have 1 infantry block fighting just east of those supply trucks. If that breaks, then it's all open.
Yeah. Well, this is probably going to be the last turn of the game, because at this point, either one force or the other is going to be broken up. So our center between St. Blaise and the rest of our forces is basically punched through with those cuirassiers. You know what his orders to the cuirassiers are going to be is attack everything. They're trying to attack us. That's why I'm getting the hell out and going with my infantry, even though my infantry is going to catch fire from that artillery. Maybe that last bit of pressure will cause havoc. I'm hoping that routed unit stays between them and the artillery, and the enemy artillery won't fire. You know, in other words, hopefully we're masked by their routed infantry, but I don't know. In any case, I just want to attack one more time and see what that does for us. We're going for broke here.
Where are your guys at, Dave?
My guys should be, as I kind of said, marching through the forest. So they're going to come up literally directly north of us. Pretty much.
Yeah, that's not very helpful in the moment, unfortunately. Oh, what is that? Is that? Oh, those are your dragoons. I see them on my 0730 picture. And then they're gone on my 0745 picture.
Yeah, so yeah, there is dragoons out west of us, which should be my dragoons that are, I thought, holding off his hussars, but
no, they're too far to do that. You gotta move them.
Yeah, because they.
I just say have the dragoons move to Lazares. That's close enough, and there's squares right there to help.
Okay. We'll do that quickly.
But I'm just thinking here, like.
Hey there, the expert arrives.
Hola.
Hey guys.
Yeah, my boys have been bloodied.
How many turns until those units at the supply trucks rally?
1 or 2 turns, at least I hope. Yeah, I really broke up my elite brigade.
Yeah, I
Based
called
on
the
the red.
move corrupt. I called that move Crusader, and they did it.
Or the accuracy charge.
No, the infantry attack. I called that one.
Well, I mean, yeah, it was to happen eventually.
Okay, yeah, but now we have no center.
Well, we soon will. My second brigade is slowly marching up the hill from the south.
Okay, but you have cavalry. They have cavalry near there.
Okay. I mean, I still have my elites, and they
I can't
are.
see much further south than the one bro. Like I can see your commander piece, but after that I can't see
Yes.
anything further south.
Okay, so basically, did you see the elite battalion, the fresh elite battalion just south of the commander piece?
No.
Kind of. I can
Okay.
kind of see it.
So I have two disrupted battalions of elites and a full brigade of troops just south of that position. They were forced to square by some
Okay.
lancers. So I'm moving off to just ward off those lancers so I can free up my my full second brigade.
All right, yeah, because we need some stuff for this center.
Yeah, my current plan is to try to recover those broken battalions as fast as I can and move up the second brigade.
So we have Dave bringing some of his cav, or just north of us. That's gonna come down and that's gonna try to get rid of some of these hussars. These cuirassiers are pretty deep. So if we can try to free up 3 of Marshall's infantry blocks that are currently squared, that'd be huge.
Oh yeah. And also, what are you planning with those 2 battalions just east of Chateau Bas?
Basically, we're gonna be doing we're basically doing a swinging door. We're gonna come down,
Okay.
we're gonna slam the flank and try to.
Okay, that's what I expected. That's what I okay. Okay. Because I was kind of like considering moving all my elites to shore up the center, but I think my line can hold behind those breastworks.
The enemy has supply wagons near the forest, south of St. Blaise as well. They're gonna have units recovering there.
I mean, what I think is that I will prioritize keeping my own command in as the best shape possible before attempting to destroy the enemies. Look, I don't really have. I'm not really in a better position than they are. Well, I mean, we'll just see what happens with my second brigade. I think that's gonna decide my flank. Also, I think they probably have an infantry division coming up from the south.
Yeah.
They do.
Yeah, because my second brigade was pushed back by an infantry column.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Dave reported that to me when he was moving north.
Okay, I mean, I didn't really know anything because I wasn't there. As those 3 battalions were squared up and surrounded by cavalry when I left. So I only knew they were attacked by some infantry.
Basically, we need to get this guy in the east to get the fuck out of here, and then we gotta fuck up some cuirassiers that are running through the middle. And then we're looking pretty good.
Yeah, those cuirassiers, he's got a lot of mileage out of them.
Yeah.
I'm
Oddly
pretty sure they're charging
enough.
uphill too.
Yeah, exactly. That was the next words out of my mouth. You know, cavalry coming uphill, and they've still got some puff in them to try and
Somehow, some way.
yeah.
Yeah, yeah, they absolutely ate that grow that canister volley.
Yeah. This next one should pretty much do them in, because fatigue won't be
And I
able to
have
run as fast.
and I have an elite better in shooting them in the back.
Mm.
The cavalry is, I mean, after this assault, most of them will probably be spent. The lances are not really in the best shape down south. I mean, I think if I manage to keep most of my command, and we're probably set. But we'll see what happens.
That we shall.
Yeah. I'm gonna move down to the supply wagons just south of me, so those cav doesn't try to fuck me up.
Oh yeah, the shielding supply wagons.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you just get behind them, and whenever the cavalry try to charge you, they will get too distracted by all the looting.
Exactly.
3 million IQ strategy.
You know what we need to do in the campaign? Is we need to fill supply wagons with powder and set them out, and when the enemy says, ooh, we've captured an Imperial supply train,
Kaboom.
just light it up.
Yep.
Ah, clever.
Boom.
Clever. We can even just park it out in tents and spare the horses and donkeys.
Mm.
I mean, who wants to lose good horses?
Right?
We could just park it out, you know.
The Blue Jays pitching coach was arrested on DUI charges.
Well, he's human. That's what humans do.
Yeah.
They do dumb things sometimes, and
Like, you're a pitching coach for one of the best ball clubs right now, and you're
I'll be
gonna
right
go
back.
out and do that.
yeah, no, I think people do stuff, you know, and Lord knows what demons they're wrestling with. You know, I don't have a whole lot of sympathy for driving while under the influence, and there'll be a consequence for that, but
Yeah.
you know.
So he was released on a $500 bond.
Yeah, okay.
As much as he's a good pitching coach, can't. He needs to get some help.
Well, and that's the approach that needs to be taken, is let's get you some help rather than punitive and here's the end of your career and you're going to jail. And
Yeah.
nah, you know, usually people who do that, they're medicating themselves because they got something else going on, and you know, and that's what we need to address. We need to find out why people are, you know, drowning in this stuff so much. You know,
he was going 82 and a 45. That's like a school zone.
Wait, oh, that's the metric system, isn't it?
No,
that's
miles per hour.
Oh, okay. Yeah, 85's pretty fast no matter what.
Yeah. The affidavit says Walker refused a breath alcohol content test but showed signs of impairment and failed sobriety tests.
Yeah.
He admitted to drinking 4 beers at a bar/eating facility.
So what they probably did was take him into custody, draw his blood.
Yeah. So he could smell alcohol on his breath, he had poor balance, and glassy bloodshot eyes.
Yeah, no, he'll get hammered for that, but again, I'm pretty progressive in my views, and if nobody was hurt, I would take away his license, but mandate that he complete a program. And if he does that, I would keep him employed too, as long as he's abiding by those conditions. You can't pardon, especially at that speed. If he had been going the speed limit or something, even then I could be a little more lenient. But yeah, driving under the influence is just bad for everyone.
Yeah.
You can't let it go. But I don't know. Here in the United States, we treat things like that as if you've, murdered children or something, and it's instantly career ending. If my wife were to do that, it would be career ending for her.
Yeah. I mean, 45 miles per hour. It kind of sounds like a school zone or residential street.
Well, like when I was...
That sounds kind of slow.
I was surprised at some rule when me and the girlfriend were driving through Maryland on the highway. She was the one driving, but she hadn't drove in America for a while, and we spotted like a state trooper pull up like another car, and we just kind of kept in the same lane and kept on driving, and thought, oh yeah, poor bloke, being pulled over by a state trooper. And then about 10-15 minutes later, the same state trooper car came up behind us, put their lights on, and said, did you spot me pulling someone over? You should have switched lanes when you saw that I was pulling someone over. And she got a couple of points for doing that. And
wow.
And I was just like, really? He's doing you over because you didn't switch lanes when he was pulling someone over immediately. That's insane. But apparently, they're really, really strict on that type of thing.
So, 45 miles per hour to kilometers is 72 kilometers per hour, and then 82 miles per hour to kilometer is 131. That's fucking fast.
Yeah, that is. School zones here, at least in California, are 25 or 35, I think. I think they're 25. Your average residential street is 35 miles an hour. 45 is like a city street that's relatively open, like a couple of lanes. And then 55 miles an hour is a rural area called a country road. So if you're just kind of out between cities, 55 is the default speed limit. Oh, and then 65, 70, whatever on the freeways.
Okay, that explains a lot. I don't know.
So he was basically, he was going faster than he should probably be allowed to go on a freeway.
80 miles per hour over. He was going on 130.
Yeah.
That's not, he's going 130 kilometers per hour.
But again, especially if it's his first offense, I wouldn't throw a book at him.
I haven't heard him do this any other time. First offense.
Yeah. No, we need to. Yeah. Yeah, if any emergency vehicle puts lights on behind you, at least here in the United States, you are required to pull off to the right.
Yeah. So
get out of the way. In fact, we pull over to the right even if they're coming the opposite direction. And I have often seen them go the wrong way because everyone's pulled off to the right. They'll in a city street.
Yeah.
Everybody pulls off to the right, and they'll even drive the wrong way down city streets.
I've seen it before. It happened in Canada too.
Yeah, to get to where they're going, which
if there's too much traffic, then it is what it is.
Yeah, but no.
That's the other thing.
I get the reason behind it, but I was just thinking that, man, that's just insane. You have to.
Well, especially a foreigner.
Yeah.
She's not from the United States.
Well, yeah, she's from the United States, but she was just like, I completely forgot that kind of was a thing, because she hadn't driven in the States for a while, and but I was just like, that's just so strange that if you see a state trooper pulling up someone else, you have to give way. It was just like strange.
Yeah. Well, your state troopers are hard asses.
Oh yeah.
You usually don't get out of a ticket when you're pulled over by a state trooper.
Yeah.
Uh, Regular police officers are more likely to just, give you a warning and let you go. At least here in California, your sheriff's departments, they won't write you a ticket for hardly anything. They might pull you over and give you a talking to, but they don't want to do the extra work. So, so there's a little bit of a pecking order there. If you're going to get pulled over by the sheriff. Never get pulled over by a motorcycle cop, though. That's a ticket 100% of the time, no matter what agency they're with.
Yeah.
Because motorcycles are traffic enforcement.
Yeah. Talking about letting people off though. I mean, I had to go to for work. I had to go to court yesterday for a case dating back to 2007 that still hasn't been resolved, and it's been adjourned like 3 or 4 times already. And
wow.
Yeah, the defense just called for another adjournment. So yeah, it was like, okay, well that was a waste of a morning in court, and I ended up at the bar at like 11:15.
You have to quit doing felonies, Dave. That's the trick to staying out of court. But oh well. No, in the United States, it's mean justice.
Yeah.
That's the problem. It's not restorative or anything. It's mean justice. It's the cruelty is the point. And a lot of people have an issue with it, but the powers that be are pretty much immovable. So, at least...
Sorry, keep going.
At least in California, we're pretty progressive here. So we tend to make reforms to our justice system and our legal codes, but in other states, nah. Your southern states in particular, it's still pretty mean.
Oh yeah. But as I'm streaming, we've got to say hello to Haz, who is asking where all the figures are.
Oh, please. No, never miniatures. Never miniatures. Only blocks. I don't play with dolls, sir.
They're action figures.
Oh my god. I do not play with dolls. I'm a grown man. I play with blocks. My only serious objection to miniatures is the way, at least every time I've seen them played, and maybe it isn't this way with all systems, but you got people out there with rulers, and they're measuring everything down to the centimeter. You know?
Jesus.
Yeah, and that's just a bit much. Whereas in Kriegsspiel, you just kind of call it, you eyeball it, and that's good enough.
Yeah. There's
no reason, though, we couldn't take these blocks and create little miniatures.
Yeah.
And there's no reason at all. It'd actually be kind of cool, probably. And it would be a great crossover. It'd be very ecumenical of us. It would attract a lot of people from the miniatures community. It's not traditional. Tradition is you use blocks, but I bet you if the Prussian army had little miniatures, they would have used them.
Definitely.
So, So my objection to dolls is actually a joke. In reality, I think it would probably be kind of cool. The other problem, though, is the blocks, the depth of the blocks is completely out of scale, while the frontage is to scale. The depth of the block is absolutely wrong, or pretty close to wrong. And if you really wanted to depict a line to scale, you would have a block so tiny, I think it would be hard to even see it or read it or manipulate it.
Yeah, you're right.
Dr. Ezra Sidran, if you guys know who he is, he's making that general staff. He made a game in the 1990s, back when I think he was still working for DARPA on AI, and in that game, the troops were red and blue lines. They actually made their little lines and moved in lines on the map. I remember I actually bought that game before I knew who he was or anybody was. I didn't know it was his until I talked to him years later. But I'm like, yeah, I played that game. I used to own it. So, but yeah, he he just made little lines. He didn't have miniatures or blocks or nothing. They were lines. All my other games I had played, they were little blocks. You know, it was basically hex and counter blocks. That's the other thing. I don't care for hex and counter. It's too restrictive. I do like area movement war games. Yeah, it's more abstract, but it also feels more realistic to me.
Yeah.
But hex and counter feels unnaturally artificial to me. And here we have a grid, but the grid is just for measurement purposes. It's not actually confining in any way. I am making a class for the K22 system, and I'm going to work on more videos this weekend. I've got about 5 videos made, and
nice.
I'm making little tutorial videos to explain every little element of the system. And then I'm going to get the rules finalized into a PDF, and then I'm going to post it. I'm probably going to sell the class for like $25. And you'll get the K22 complete rule set. You'll get access to the Steam module, although that's free. Anybody can get the module. And then you'll have all my little tutorial videos that teach you how to play it. And I'll try to give some, you know, additional tips and bonus things on top of all of that, and maybe even some scenarios and such.
Yeah, I mean, I'm using the K22 ever so slightly adapted for Pike. I've kind of
you know, I had that has me really excited because I haven't really thought about it, but I think it's perfect for that. And if you upscale it, Dave, I mean, you have a perfect medieval system there, or pike and shot system.
Yeah.
Because a lot of times, you know, when you commit troops, it's a whole group.
Mm-hmm.
You commit them, and they fight until there's a resolution, which K22 does that.
Yeah.
I mean, you've created your own genius version of it.
No, it's your genius version. I just changed the letters on the dice. That's pretty much it.
No, it's but you're the one who took it to that next level, so I'm super stoked about that, and run with it, man. I think it's going to be awesome. You're actually running a game tomorrow, aren't you?
Yeah, that's the one that I was talking about. So yeah, we've got we've got Nick coming in. Oh, everyone's coming in.
What happened to those magical cuirassiers and their unicorns? Let's see here.
Them ponies.
How are we going to view the main table? So are we going to stream it, or are we going to...
Those who can come in can use the table you can set up. So it's IKS password.
Okay. There's a not IKS game running. What does that mean?
Someone else.
All right.
Time to steal someone's battle plans.
Yeah, it looks like my infantry didn't do so well. So, all right.
Yeah.
Oh, there's Dave showing up. And look at my hussars, they're clear around the Grey L.
I have no idea if that would have worked.
Yeah, they did. They got across the water. Alright.
Yeah, your hussars went on their own little mission, shall we say.
Yeah.
They did alright. They kept some artillery and some infantry interested for a little while.
Perfect.
Okay. Thanks, Nick. I guess that's everyone in.
Yep. Everyone is in the Empire channel.
Okay, so right, so thanks a lot for playing. Thanks a lot, Nick, for assisting me to Empire. This was kind of a retelling of sorts of the Battle of Philando, which was a recent battling the Red versus Blue persistent world campaign. And yeah, it wasn't far off what happened, but as in the expats got chewed up pretty heavily. But I think the Republican forces probably did a little bit better than that. Obviously, the cuirassiers were nerfed, to the extreme, boosted to the extreme there. So yes, essentially, the expats were holding Saint-Blaise. The People's Republican forces were coming in the pincer movement from the north and the south, and coalition forces were trying to cross the river to assist the expat strict forces. And yeah, this is the current state as we have it. As regards to who's won, who's lost, I think the cuirassiers, although they've done probably unrealistically well, they are now shot, and they will have to retire. So they've taken some artillery, but they're not really going to be effective in the rest of the battle. Dave's coming to the rescue at the end, shall we say?
Americans in a nutshell.
Yeah, and then we've obviously got Firma Bosun that was holding the bridge against the ghost forces of Dave. So Dave's done two. And then, I think two of the players on each side basically got involved in a bit of a mosh pit around the hills here, as you can see. So I'm gonna open it up to Nick first, if you would like to say something about the battle.
Yeah, what I can say is, well, so first, thanks to all the players who take part. As mentioned by Peter, maybe we were a little bit too generous with the cuirassier because they were able to do multiple charges, and well, I think they should be already very tired now. But okay.
Are the Reds using German tactics and shoving cocaine down their troops' throats?
Might be, yeah.
Methamphetamine.
To the horses also. And yeah, I think the big thing with the Red is that they're more or less 1/3 of their units were in the south, and they were not taking part in the battle.
I gotta congratulate Dave's Ghost Force, though. Well done. Well played.
So yeah, for sure it was a disadvantage for the Red. And well, I don't know. It would be interesting to hear from the Red to understand why they behave like this. If it was part of their plan or if it was a lack of communication, I don't know. It will be interesting to hear from the Red players. What I would say also is that here in the middle, it's really a big mess. You have a broken unit from the blue player running in every direction. And yeah, the situation is not easy also here in the middle.
From my point of view, so my plan was, undoubtedly I moved a bit too slow, but my plan was to envelop the blue force from the other side. So I was going to cross the river, march up, and then take the crossing at whatever the town was, however you pronounce that in French. I was going to take the other crossing and then strike from the other side. So the idea was a hammer and anvil. And the big question was whether my other two divisions would hold until that happened. And looking at this, I'm slightly less confident than I was in the battle. But I did ask him, and I didn't. I don't think a reply arrived in time. So yeah, there's that. And otherwise, yes. In my opinion, I think if the battle had continued, maybe I'd have to switch axes of advance and we just go straight up the coast along the river on my side instead of enveloping from the other side. Because the cavalry would not have fared well against that entire corps.
Okay. Okay. Thanks for that, Fermi. Smoke. So you were the
So
coalition force.
yeah, so I had intel that we had a force at St. Blas, and then me and Marshall were across the river to the north at Unionville or whatever it's called, and then further south from us on the same side of the river we had another coalition force. So me and Marshall kind of devised a plan that we'd cross the river, we'd come down to we'd come down to the city and see what's happening, and by the time I got to the city, you guys had already had a force in position basically in the east, and I also knew that you guys were somewhere in the south, so I figured you guys would be coming south in the next couple of turns. So um, Crusader was here, and I had Marshall coming, and as Marshall was coming down the road, you guys launched your attack in the east, and cavalry was coming up to our south. So yeah, our basically, and then with Dave, I was under the impression he was coming over the crossing further south, and then he was gonna attack northwards, and it was gonna put you guys kind of in a pincer. But instead, he came all the way north to where we started, and then crossed over.
Those rivers are buggers, aren't they?
Mm-hmm.
I love it. This is my favorite map.
Okay. Okay, Smoke. Let's switch it across to the people's side again. So, Blazer, what can you tell us? And Sergey, if you want to write something up, we'll read it out for you. So, Blazer, you're on.
So our general idea was to have, I was the cavalry, so our general idea was to have, so we heard that there was a small force here, here, and a large force over the river. So our general idea was for the cavalry to rush as quickly as possible and then cut them off and hopefully destroy this force. With the division from Augie, Sergey's division, helping with that. Although these two divisions, they're probably a bit quicker than we had thought. So we kind of sort of had a line here. But I think we managed to destroy a brigade or so here. I'm not entirely sure, but in this so broken thing, which I guess good. So, and at the end, I was trying to charge the division in core HQ, but I don't think that worked out. But yeah, I think I did all right. And yeah.
Okay, good. Good. All right, let's switch it over to Marshall.
Originally I sent my hussars up here to Orly with orders to establish an OP here. But apparently they ended up clear over here. I did give them late orders to begin operations like around here. But they were doing their own thing. I'm sure it was a stroke of genius. In the meantime, in an incredible stroke of genius on my part, I came up here and completely shattered the enemy. At least that's the after action reports say. I held this line here from the enemy cavalry. The magical cuirassiers came through and took some guns, but we weren't using them, apparently. But we were using these guns, and hopefully they worked. But my timely arrival, my assault in the north, until they turned around and came back this way. Apparently, they their work was done. It was these two maneuvers that I think decisively defeated the enemy and won the entire war for the restoration. I'm quite proud of how I did. So each soldier will be allowed to pet the dog of their choice one time. The Emperor's dogs.
Okay.
Just for your information, Marshall, this artillery was really, really lucky. Basically, it broke one of your units and shattered the other one. And also your cavalry here, they did move like this and attack, but once again, the artillery here, they break them, or maybe not break, but they really disorder them, highly disorder them, and so they retreat to recover.
Mm-hmm.
That's why they are now lost in the...
So basically, you're saying our guns are like McDonald's ice cream machines and basically almost never work.
There you go.
That's about right.
I was expecting that artillery to take a toll on my infantry, but again, the goal here was to push these guys back or get them to retreat. I didn't want to, I wanted to shoot at the artillery with my infantry, but I had no illusions. I figured it was going to be bloody for me. The idea was, though, we either had to attack or we had to retreat. And I was afraid that if we retreated, that would be a loss for us. But if we attacked, even though I would lose a block in the attack probably, we would also get the enemy to retreat, and that would win us the battle. So that was my calculus. It was, I was going to take one for the team in doing that. And
in that final dice roll, I think 3 of the 4 attacks that the red forces did were actually hits. So yeah. It was like incredible odds that's kind of why it happened that way over there. So okay.
What combat resolution system were we using here?
They're kind of a Peter Fudge of the brigade system, basically.
Okay. Yeah.
And I also used for ammunition, since the first volley would be a smoke. If they continue to fire, then it'd have an ammunition thing on them, and but then they wouldn't be able to fire the next turn, so they'd actually have to come off the line to resupply. So that's what we were using. That's kind of why the southern brigade of the coalition for expat forces, they just didn't have any more bullets. They fired for half an hour, and then they were trying to fend off lancers and dragoons with bayonets, and that was basically it. That's why they were slow moving across at that time. So yeah, I think apart from the cuirassiers, which we did OP, unfortunately we should have really done something a bit different with those. I think everything else works out relatively okay. So anyway, I'm going to check on Sergey in a second to see if he's written anything. But Dave, do you want to tell us about your nice stroll along the river?
Yeah, it was beautiful. It was beautiful. So I started at Navant, and in my report, I was told that there might be some enemy down near Voisage. So I elected not to cross the river in the south, but stroll my troops all the way up through Ars-sur-Moselle and cross there. However, when I did get to Dornot, I did decide to take some cavalry back just in case Red had kind of disappeared on the other side of the hill, so then I could maybe turn up at their rear and maybe run for their baggage train. But when I got down to the bridge again, I noticed that they were still hanging around near Côte de Fay. So I thought, okay, well, that plan has been scuppered. And yeah, basically I ended up at the end of the column, and just offering the support that I could. The only real combat that I saw was having my artillery try and do some supporting fire against the cuirassier charge, but or at least the hussars. I don't know if they hit anything or not, though. Did they do any good, or no?
You literally saw a horse's head explode.
Lovely.
So.
But yeah, good marching simulator this Saturday. It was good.
Okay. I don't consider going.
As a curiosity, how many turns did it take for each march of the river?
Say again.
How many turns did it take for you to march up the river?
It took me 8 turns to get from where I started to where I am now. Right. I think 8 or 9.
That doesn't bode well for my exam then.
Yeah.
That's Kriegsspiel for you. If Fermi you'd moved away from that location to support in the north, and then he was still there and came across, then it would have been a completely different battle. Yeah, what can you do?
I'd like to commend Otto, who was in control of the Ghost Division, for holding off the enemy. Congrats.
Oh yeah, no problem, dude.
Yeah, much appreciated.
In my defense, I was not holding off any Ghost Division. I was trying to reorganize my forces so I could head north or head east. West.
From the start, but trying to go across the river and up was a bad idea. And then you launched your attack from the east of St. Blas way too early.
It's difficult to coordinate those attacks, though. So
you really needed that extra infantry to attack from the south.
Yeah.
But Fermi, though, you did get inside my head, because I thought I was trying to be clever in taking some hussars.
But everyone thought they were trying to be clever.
Exactly.
I think everybody was trying to get in everyone's heads at one point.
Well, yeah, definitely.
But just to see you still on that hill, I was very surprised. But
yeah, I definitely underestimated the speed that people moved at, basically. Because I spent too much time trying to reorganize. I think if I had ignored the hill and just barreled straight through the river, I think I still might have a chance of pulling off the encirclement. And honestly, I would prefer if my troops were at the position of, say, whatever that was, the town in the middle, in the middle on the western side of the riverbank. If there were troops right there, I think I would prefer that position to my troops joining the attack on St. Blaise, because there are morale issues. I'd hit the Blue Army in the rear. And yeah, I would prefer that position to just a straight up defense of St. Blaise Hill.
Okay. Alright, I don't think Sergei's said anything about the battle, but I think Crusader, I don't think we've had you enlighten us yet. Or maybe I'm wrong. Have you said anything? No.
I can put something in general.
Oh yes, I guess I have.
Yeah, go for it, Crusader, if you want to say something.
I mean, my glorious expatriates successfully held the hill, and nothing bad ever happened, as you can see. And they bought all the time we needed with their glorious blood.
Yeah, there's a lot of expats blood on those hills for sure. Okay, so as regards to a result, it's a difficult one. I think I'm going to give it a marginal coalition victory, simply because the coalition force that wasn't in the battle is much closer to actually assisting the engagement, and both of those divisions, both of the two divisions on each side that were involved in the battle have been chewed up a fair bit. So it's marginal. There's literally like half an hour difference between when Dave's going to go in and when Firm is going to go in. But that could be.
The battle in the east is what's going to decide who's going to win if you give it one more turn. Those 2 blocks there.
Yeah, they're going to go in. They're going to. But then you've got these southern regulars here that don't have any musket balls, but they really want to charge in with them. Then you've got the dragoons there as well. Yeah. So it's a difficult one. It's probably a draw, but just there's a slight edge from my mind with Dave's forces just being effectively in the right place now. Give or take 15 minutes, compared to from a bosun's position. So yeah, a draw from coalition, marginal victory, I would say.
I'm really curious though as to if we were to play this out to the point where both Leif and I would have joined the battle, I'm quite curious as to how much of the coalition rear I would have been able to wreck, because that might actually be a determining factor, as long as the line in itself was holding.
Well, we have all this cavalry coming now from Dave's force.
Yeah, that would be the main issue, yes.
Yeah. And then we have all this infantry coming down too, who are going to take defensive positions as well.
Yeah. So
and your eastern force is practically shattered.
Yeah. So we would need a lot of lucky dice to pull it off. But it was a high-risk maneuver.
Okay. Well, I'm not going to apologise for the people that didn't actually get involved in the battle, because I think you were close enough necessarily that if you had made a difference, you probably would have been into combat. Again, these are Kriegsspiel things, and you can be really close but still not make contact, or you can be quite far away and be involved in all of the meat grinder. So it's just the way it goes. Yeah, I think it went all right. The actual battle that I auto-resolved, I guess, the Philimbo battle, was that, again, the expats got chewed up badly whilst holding out, being pincered by the Republican forces, but the moderates were able to get, because they had more cavalry, they were able to get an advance and support early enough, and then the old Republic forces were able to come in with the mercenary force, which was the big force that wasn't here, but then the Republicans had the guard force that wasn't here in this particular scenario as well. And yeah, the Republican forces just got overwhelmed by the mercenary force and the Legions. Actually, I forgot about the Legions came in halfway through the battle as well, but they were more of the nail in the coffin of the defeat rather than being able to push the stack over to start with. So yeah, the Republican forces actually did better here than they did in the actual automated battle, but that was because the coalition forces were probably a third or a half larger once all of the protagonists were involved. So yeah, thanks for taking part. Hopefully it was enjoyable for most of you and interesting. And yeah, thanks a lot, and yeah, have a good day. I'm going to hang around, I guess, for another 15 minutes, but I'm going to have something to eat as well, so I'm going to mute. But feel free to have a chat and say anything you wish, really.
All right,
thank you, Peter, Nick, everyone. Thank you for a really fun game. I had a good time. I appreciate it.